If you're still here, this thing is moving. See how it moves like this? Like, and that's what I thought. Maybe it was this.
It should be that right there.
But it's pretty tight. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's not really flip-flopping. Sorry, I tried to fix my. I call it a gimbal, but I don't know if that's what it's really called because it's a stand. I see the police are here this morning.
Mm-hmm. There was some down at that.
Popo's here. We're gonna. There's the. So there's an entrance down that way. I've been thinking about. We're talking about maybe going. We saw there's another entrance over on the other side. Hi, Ben. There's an entrance on another road, not here. You go down this road a bit and there's an entrance over there. It's all nice and shaded. You got a nice sidewalk. Like this, it's like a sidewalk like this. Yeah. And like I said, that shade's in the middle of the day or the evening, that shade is really makes a difference. Did you see yesterday, Eddie? There was a road runner. He was just running around. He was so hot.
I've seen a few of them running around. Their old mouths were open.
Oh, yeah. His mouth was open. He was panting. He's like, lady, don't stop. Chase me, lady. I'm like, I'm just walking.
He thought you was after him?
Yeah. I think he thought I was after him. Yeah, it was hot yesterday. Oh, my Lord. Lordy, lordy, lordy. It was hot yesterday. It feels nice right now. It'll get hot again, but... feels so nice. This is actually pleasant. Oh, got people arriving at church. Hi, James. Good morning, everybody. I was just telling Eddie, who's the crazy people that thought that church should be in the morning? I'm not a morning person. I'm more like roll out of bed, and if you're going to church, go, 11, 12. That'd be a good time. I got my protesting buddy here. So I'm not alone today. Let's set up over there. Yeah. We're going to end up needing that shade, I bet you, because that tree's going to put some shade on. Oh, we got somebody coming into the church. So many people were coming in with kids yesterday. Ugh. Ugh. No. No. Leave the children alone. I heard everything from forgiveness. Don't you believe in forgiveness? What we got here? Got the little security guy. Oh, he didn't even come up here. I thought he was coming up here. All right, let me get my shit ready. I don't think I've fully woken up yet. Okay, I'm gonna let you be there. I'm gonna go in the middle then. I'm gonna go over here. There's the kids' entrance. It says kids' entrance. Right there. They have a kid thing in here. Obviously, it's a church. See, there's the popo. Let's see who that is. Let's see which police department it is. The constable. Does that say Denton? Constable of Denton. We're not in Denton, are we? Eddie, are we in Denton? I thought we were in Fort Worth. We're not in Denton, are we?
I think this is Denton County, actually.
Oh, okay, because it says the constable. I thought it said, Denton County. Yeah, it does. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, the county. Okay, I was just curious. Oh, he's got an easy job today. Just sit out there. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that song, Leave the Kids Alone. That's definitely for the next time I hear of a teacher that's molested a child, which Stephen Wilson did. He was a middle school teacher who molested one of the students at the middle school. Absolutely. And so, yeah. Hey, teachers, leave those kids alone. Whole new meaning, huh? Eddie's got the... How many church elders knew? And see, he's got the break the silence. Break the silence. Put you over here. Hey, teachers, leave them kids alone. Hey, pedo pastors, leave them kids alone. I think I like this one today because most of these people know about the second pedo pastor from what I could tell yesterday. I had one guy come up and tell me, oh, I know him personally. I know Stephen Wilson personally. He said lots of good things. So I thought this was a good word. Big words don't cancel childhood. I'd like to have one that says fuck your forgiveness, but maybe that's not. I said I'd like to have a sign that says fuck your forgiveness, but that probably wouldn't. It's how I feel though, like their form of forgiveness is so crazy that you just all the time, like you said, sweep it under the rug and forget about it, you know. It's gone, it's over, you just forgive, goodbye, you know, just take back your pedophile, it doesn't matter. It's like, what the hell are you even thinking? Wind blows these away, they're too, ooh, the wind just blows them. I'll try my free millstones inside sign today. Hey, pedal pastors, leave them kids alone. Car seat. Another little kid in a car seat. Ridiculous. So irritating. It's irritating as hell to see all the children that are coming in here. And the parents. The parents. Hey, Plock. Peace, Plock. Oh, you're up already this morning? I think you're an hour behind us. You're really up this morning, aren't you? Got my free meals.
Protect the children!
thought I was really trying to tell these people about this other pedo pastor here. But the truth is a lot of them already know, and they just still excuse it. Oh, he's done a lot of good works, I hear. He's done lots of good things. Here's what I think about that. Good works do not cancel child sex abuse. It doesn't cancel it out. It doesn't mean they're no longer a threat because they did a few good things. Some of the worst people in history, think of all the worst people in history. There's people who think they did good things. Oh, we got a beep from somebody that went in there. They were looking at the sign. Protect the children! Protect the children! Good words don't cancel child sex abuse! Protect the children! We're right over by an airport. I kept seeing planes fly over.
Yeah, DFW is
He's done a lot of good work. Forgiveness, forgiveness, forgiveness. He who is without sin, cast the first stone. I'm trying to think of all the pedo excusers. He repented. Can't you forgive? You're not being a very good person. God's going to judge you. God's going to judge you for judging. Well, that's a lot of judgment. Maybe we should follow God then and actually judge. Especially when it comes to abusing children. Sexually abusing them. What the hell? Protect the children! Protect the children! This church covers for sex abusers! This church covers pedophilia! Protect the kids! Stop being selfish and protect the kids! That was that black guy in the now I forgot which car he was in, but that was that black guy that stopped and talked to me for a while back.
Is that the one that talked to us?
Yeah, kind of the bigger guy. Yeah, he had pulled over here and was talking with me. We had a good conversation. I gave him my phone number.
Yeah.
He texted me. But yeah, that's him. Back to church. Better church. Protect your children! I've seen you bringing children to this church. This church will cover any child abuse. If your children get abused at this church, the church will cover up for it. Protect your children! Protect your children! More children going into the pedo church! Your church was founded by a pedophile! Why are you bringing your children here? They have more than one pedophile pastor! Protect the children! Protect the children! If you won't protect the children, who will? And this thing it's got this little film. I gotta take that off. Driving me nuts. It keeps hitting me in the mouth when I speak into my megaphone. Protect the children! You have pedophile pastors here! This church covers for pedophiles! There have been numerous lawsuits they have had against them! The church tries to cover up abuse of children! This church employs a pedophile convicted in the courts, a pedophile, Stephen Wilson. They have him as a pastor. Is it any surprise when your church was founded by a pedophile? Protect the children! Protect the children! Oh, you're so stupid. As she brings a child in here. You are why pedophilia continues to exist. Protecting pedophiles. This is why pedophilia continues to exist and is an epidemic in our country. Because people like you excuse it. Hold pedophiles accountable. Protect the children. Protect the children. Get your free millstones inside. Free millstones. Jesus has a millstone for you inside. They hand them out at the pulpit. If you harm or keep a little one from Jesus, it's better you were never born. That you have a millstone around your neck and were cast into the deepest oceans. What do you think pedophiles do when they rape a child's soul? And then the church covers up for it. That is keeping children away from God. You deserve a millstone. Protect the children. You have pedophile pastors here. Your church covers for pedophiles. Protect the children. Yeah, I know. He's laughing. He made a big face. He goes, look that at me. Okay.
What'd she do?
It was him. He goes, and they started laughing, thought it was hilarious. Must be a Republican. Ha ha ha. Probably a Trump supporter, maybe, huh? Yeah. That's what they want to say to me, that I'm a Democrat because I stand up against pedophilia. That makes no sense. Idiot. Really sick. Protect the children! No amount of good words makes up for raising children! Protect the children! Protect the kids! I think it's funny that both sides of the political spectrum, you say, are you talking about the Democrats? Oh, are you talking about the Republicans? No! It's on both sides. There's Republicans that are pedophiles, there's a whole list of them. There's Democrats that are pedophiles for sure. Just getting really sick of that shit. Make church a safe space for children! Make church a safe space for children! Protect the children! Protect the children! Jesus said, load the little children, not have sex with them. Protect the children! Protect the children! Protect the kids! No amount of good words makes up for pedophilia and raping of children! and that they know covers up pedophilia. What kind of a parent brings their church and takes that chance with their child? What kind of parent?
Those are the kind of parents that should also go. If you bring your child around a known pedophile, you ought to go to jail. You ought to go to jail if they get molested. You should go to jail.
Protect the children! Protect the children!
Oh no, I just dropped my megaphone. It's starting to get warm out here.
Protect the children! Protect the children! Protect the children! Free millstones inside! Free millstones inside! Collect your millstone up at the altar!
I'm trying to remember what it was called. A podium, maybe? What was that the pastor stands up at? The pulpit. There, that's the word I was looking for.
The podium.
I lost
That's
the
what
word.
Trump was standing behind last night when he got shot. A podium.
A podium?
Yeah, pulpit
Yeah, I
in
was
the
thinking
church.
podium. Pulpit.
Pulpit.
Keep pedophiles out of the pulpit! Protect your kids! This church covers for pedophiles! This church employs pedophiles as spiritual leaders!
I wonder how many of these people, if their child was molested, would say, well, he did some really good things. He's got good stuff. You should just
I can't imagine.
let him be in charge of the church. You know, I think that's a guy I want to go and listen to his sermon. The guy that raped a child. Sure. Yeah. Makes sense to me.
You know, they're revivalists, but they don't worship man.
They don't worship the man. Yeah, well, God's everywhere. That's what I try to say.
Protect the children! Protect the children!
That's a bullshit that when they say, well, we don't worship the man, we worship God. Well, then why are you going to this church? God's not here. The church is Satan.
Make way for the devil! You're now entering the church of Satan! The devil loves it when children get molested by pedophiles. So why do you worship at the feet of pedophiles? Why do you cover up the child rape? Are you working for the devil? Do you worship the devil? Is Satan your master? Satan is the father of all lies.
motto of every pedo enabler, forgive and forget. Just forgive and forget. Let children be around pedophiles, doesn't matter. Somebody said they were sorry. So just put your children with pedophiles. Protect the children! The devil loves it when children get molested by pedophiles. So what do you guys do? You employ pedophiles and say you're worshiping God. I say this is a gateway for Satan. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. If you're really worshiping God and not the man or the church, find a church where they don't have pedophiles in charge. A church that doesn't cover for pedophiles when they molest children. Protect the children, not the pedophiles!
I know there was another song besides the Jesus Loves the Little Children. What was it? There was another song about children. I can't remember what it was. I'm trying to read these. What people are said here. Yes, prayers for the victims. And the people that are afraid to come forward. That's what we want to give them, the strength. The more that they see people standing up against this, the more people are going to have the courage to do it themselves. So while this may seem like they're not listening, you know, and stuff, a few people talk to you, but they're still coming to the church. It's not just for them, it's for victims. They can see that you're standing, that people are standing up. Victims are coming forward, people are standing with them. That's important because we need to start using our voices against this scourge of pedophilia. And there's two sides protecting pedophiles. There's two of them. There's the side that is trying to naturalize pedophilia and say, oh, it's okay, they can live among us and it's fine and it's just their sexuality, you know. Then you got the other side, like this here, where they act like they're against pedophilia, but then when it's their pedophiles, they're all like, well, you know, forgiveness, and they got all their little excuses, but that's all it is excuses. And they attack the people who have tried to speak up at this church over in Frisco. I talked to a lady and her daughter that did try to stand up, and the guy was actually arrested. There was another pastor over there that was arrested, or no, sorry, elder, not pastor, he was an elder at the Frisco Gateway that got arrested for molesting his grandchildren. If you'll molest your grandchildren, what do you think he's doing to the other children? I mean, you know, but they cover these things up. And when these women tried to come forward in the church attacked them. So I think we need to gather around people, and when people stand up in the churches like this, we need a group of people who will stand up with them and say, that's wrong. You guys stop it, you know? Somebody asked them, if we don't stand up, who will? And I think when we start standing up and raising our voices against this and trying to hold people accountable, that it makes a difference, and it brings more and more people. And the more of us that get together, like I said, regardless of politics, regardless of any of that stuff, we need to come together, all of us. Put aside our differences and stand together against pedophilia. Christian, non-Christian, Democrats, Republicans, straight, gay, everybody. We all need to come together and stand against this, because pedophilia knows no borders. You want to talk about no borders? Pedophilia knows no borders. Pedophilia is anywhere there's a child. Expect that a pedophile is trying to get there. Expect it. Expect it. Protect the children! Good job. Leave this church. Run, run, run as fast as you can away from this church. Find yourself a good church that doesn't excuse pedophilia. Find a church that wasn't founded by a pedophile. Here's another one. This is another one. He does the prison ministry. He was a middle school teacher years ago. Lost his teaching license because he molested, I think she was 13, not 12. This one was 13. But he molested this girl at his school, and he got found out, and I believe he got 2 years and then 10 years on the sex offender registry list. And while he was still on the sex offender registry list, this church teamed up with him. Protect the children! Do they not do their due diligence here? Do they not, do background checks on pastors?
told her, I said, this one's for you.
Yeah.
And I asked her how many people have turned away from God because of these people lying about the pedophiles and alleged pedophiles. How many of them have now turned away? They're trying to tell me all the good words. Well, how many people have turned away from God? How many of them, like me, this is another fucking reason. Another reason why I will never get involved in any kind of organized religion ever again. Ever. Just seeing a church makes me sick. That's because you got to get out of the church and you don't have to go to them. You were never forced and abused by religion.
Leaving the church, but turning your back on God, I've never understood that.
Well, some people have broken
Well,
out.
I'm just saying, I don't understand turning your back on God. I can understand turning your back on this church or that church.
I don't know. You tell me, being a little kid that got raised in this religion and was molested and prayed for Jesus to come and save them, like these people tried to tell them and stuff. And then you tell me why they would turn their back on religion. It's not a weakness to turn your back on the religion that is abusive. And that is okay with children being molested by pedophiles. I think it's a prudent thing to do. But everybody has their own choice.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think we should go after the people who have been victims of this shit. And I don't think we should go after people who have been victims of this shit because that's what my parents tried to do to me. You're not reacting properly to our abuse. You're not acting Christian. Don't you know what God says about your actions? Instead of recognizing what they were doing. And that's what these people do. That's just that's a blaming the victim for the
I
greater
don't
man.
understand these people still attending this church. Finding another church. But to just turn their back on God, I don't understand that, is what I'm saying.
Well, I never asked anybody to turn their back on God. I have turned my back on God. Absolutely. Protect the children! Protect the children! Take your child and run, run, run as fast as you can away from this church. Too many people coming in here with children. It's sickening. You literally can throw a stone anywhere, any direction and hit a church. They're like liquor stores. They're everywhere. They're like pharmacies. They're on every fucking street corner.
It's like this gateway just right down the road. Be the one where all those other, that was another gateway church.
So find another church. So find another church. It's just really that easy. It's not that hard. You go and you find a new church. In order for this church to get like right with this scandal, they would have to get rid of every leader in their church, every one of them. They don't know who knew and all that. Just get rid of all of them and start all over. But it doesn't matter. You start all over just like 1776 RM. You got the stink of pedophilia. It's not going away. Gateway will forever, when you look up Gateway, forever, it will be associated with pedophiles. Always. The scandal will always follow this church. That's why I say they should shut it down. They won't, but they should. We saw it with 76. No matter what the leader does, they will be okay with it. Oh, our leader lets pedophiles live with children? Yeah. He's done some good things. Well, he says this, but he says he's a man of God. Oh, wow, okay. All right, I guess nothing matters anymore, what people do. People's actions don't matter. People are dumb to follow that leadership. I know there are people out there that don't believe in letting pedophiles live with children. Why not go to a church like that? If you are going to church somewhere, please don't be blindsided. Go to your leadership. Ask them what their policy is. Ask them what their policy is on pedophiles, how they deal with pedophiles in the church when they discover it. Make sure that they report those things, that they take it seriously, that they have things in place, safeguards in place so that it doesn't happen. That's important. Nowadays, you have to start vetting. Especially in these churches, we're seeing this. You have to vet. Start asking questions. Don't be afraid to ask. And if you don't get the proper response, find a church that gives you the proper response. What is the proper response? Proper response is we have safeguards in place. They will tell you what their safeguards are to keep the children safe. They will tell you that when a pedophile is discovered, that there's any kind of abuse, that they immediately will take care of it, not only in the church, but that they will involve the authorities and they will report it. You cannot trust the church leaders to take care of this. I've been told that God is the author of justice. Can't have justice without God, okay? So where's the justice in the church just covering things up? Where's the justice? Do they not believe in God? They believe in money. They have no problem telling you to tithe and give 10% of your income to them. There is a reckoning. The reckoning is here. The reckoning is here. You can call it God's reckoning. There's people who believe God is going through the church and weeding out all the wolves, because there's so many of these pastors and church leaders that are being found out right now, especially in the mega churches. There's other people like me that believe like they're.
No, there's a ton of them being exposed.
There's a lot of them being exposed.
Well, just like that one we was looking at the other day. I mean, I don't think it had anything to do with like sexual shit, but it was fraud. You know, billionaire pastors.
Yeah, something like that. There's a lot of them. You guys have multiple pedophile pastors. You have a pedophile that was made an elder. Oh, I'll cast stones. I got lots of stones. The day of reckoning's coming. America will be saved, he says. America will be saved. Save the children from the pedophiles before you try to save America. You want to save America? Get rid of the pedophiles and stop letting them be in your pulpit. Said America will be saved. He can't even save the children from the pedophiles in his own church, and he thinks he's going to save America. What a load of crap. those people like that are as bad as the pedophiles because they allow this shit to happen. Every excuse. Cast the first stone. I got stones galore, buddy. I'm willing to cast the first, second, last. I say we do. Let's stone all the pedophiles. I think that's a good idea.
You got a whole lot right there.
I know, I got a whole buttload of them right here, stones. This whole church should be coming up and gathering their stones and throwing it at their pulpit. I'm convinced that if there is a God and there is a devil, that most organized religion is of the devil. I'm convinced of it. And that the stupid sheep that are too selfish and too self-involved to really look into it are being led by people who are led by the devil. So they are literally going to the church of Satan. Look at how they pervert the word of God.
Yeah, we got Baptist Church in Austin flying footballs.
Well, that's because there are some people who believe that the Bible does not talk about homosexuality. There are. But the entire Bible has been perverted. It's all
I'm just saying,
interpretation.
yes.
The King James Version, did you know that the word homosexual was not in the original? And that they put it in themselves, and then later the guy that did it admitted that it was a misinterpretation, but he couldn't take it back out because he had signed a contract for 10 years. 10 years.
I just don't understand why the church needs any other flag than
I don't understand why a church cares so much about gay people, adult gay people, but they don't care about pedophiles being around children.
It's not that. It's the agenda with the children.
Everybody needs to stop sexualizing the children. I get sick of the children being sexualized.
Yes, absolutely. I agree.
And it's not just the gays.
I agree. It's like I think you were saying, and I've said over and over again, you got one side that's trying to normalize it, and you got one side that wants to excuse it when it comes to their pedophiles.
I know. Everybody wants to
That's the
excuse
bottom
them.
line. You got one side that's wanting to normalize it, or trying to normalize it, and then you got one side that has a history of excusing it when it's their pedophiles.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw that there was a LGBTQ Democrat that went to meet. He got caught going to meet I think 13 or 14-year-old boy. And people want to cover that up because it's a Democrat and it's the LGBTQ.
Yeah, even the
And
name.
no, we need to expose all of them. Everybody. It doesn't matter if they're in the church, if they're in the gay community. It doesn't matter where they are on that spectrum. If they're a pedophile, they need to be called out.
Well, like I said, in contrast, I mean, which is good, what's happened as far as the media with this, you know, it's been brought out. But like you're saying, that Democrat that was trying to bang a little 13-year-old boy, they done everything they could, but even the media got in on it. Social media. Oh boy, that busted him. What did they do? They took his fucking Twitter down. They took his videos down. They did everything they could for that fucking agenda.
Yes, the media is the virus. The media picks and chooses who they want to blast out, which thankfully they are telling people about all these mega churches.
Yes,
but at the same time, they're covering up for other people.
They're covering other shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the whole mega church,
Protect the children!
because the whole mega church goes with that whole Christo-fascist bullshit that everybody's trying to push. That's the reason why, you know. How many times
That is because churches are getting involved in politics. Yeah, the churches are getting involved in
yes,
politics.
and so is the other bunch.
Yeah, I know, but they're not the tax exempt status churches.
But they're tax exempt, a lot of them. They may not be a church. I mean, I see it as their church because it is a religion to them. The religion of leftism, that's a religion. People need to wake up and understand that.
Well, I know that the people trying to naturalize pedophilia are jumping on and trying to attach themselves to the LGBTQ. They're trying to make themselves a part of the LGBTQ.
Yeah, specifically under the Q.
Specifically, they are trying to attach themselves to that. And I think the LGBTQ crowd needs to stand up and say no. Just like the churches need to stand up. They need to stand up and say, no, hell no, you're not attaching that shit to us. Hell no, we don't want pedophiles. No, no, no. Everybody needs to just put their foot down and say no to pedophiles. All of them. But instead they're all busy pointing at the other side about your pedos, and then they ignore their pedos. And it's sickening. Absolutely sickening. What time is it?
Probably close to 10, maybe.
I think everybody that is, it's probably church time right now.
Wow, it's 9:35.
9:35. Oh, hi, Julie. What else we got in here? King's Kid. Bless the beasts and the children for the, well, they have no voice. They have no choice. Karen Carpenter. Yes, the children don't have a voice. We have to start giving a voice for the kids. It's not fair. I really do sit and think about the little kid. I just picture this. I picture a little kid who's been drugged to Sunday school and everything. They teach them about Jesus and, oh, Jesus saves you and all this. And I can just see a little kid sitting in their room going, Jesus, please don't let him come tonight. Jesus, please don't let him come tonight. Please save me, Jesus. Please save me. And guess what? He still comes. He still comes and molests them. I could see him being molested and saying, Jesus, please help me. Please help me, Jesus. And Jesus doesn't come. Nobody comes. Nobody saves them. Why? Because of these people here. People like this. Who excuse it and put them in the situations where they're around pedophiles. Whether it's in a church, whether it's in a family. Most kids are molested. A large majority of children are molested by family, friends, and people in the family. How sad is that? Whoops. And when they have no voice, and when they do try to stand up, when people try to stand up against this, people always say, why don't children, why do they take so long to say something? Because they were children. What don't people get about that? That children, how does a child supposed to, are you saying that children are supposed to just stand up automatically, say, ah, stranger danger, leave me alone, help, help, help? No. They're told that it's their fault. They're made to feel like shame. They're threatened sometimes, a lot of times threatened, that they're gonna hurt their family, that other members of their family gonna hurt them more. I mean, like, it takes years to process some of this shit. People try to repress it, and then it finally comes out years later. And people are like, well, you should have taken care of that when you were a child. Too late. Too bad. Too bad. So sad.
He's our pastor now. He's this. He's a good man. He's done lots of good works. He's done lots of good things. You should have taken care of that when you were a child. I mean, what kind of thinking is that? It makes no sense. I said it makes no sense. This thinking of you should have taken care of it as a child. A child. And look how hard it is for an adult to stand up and say something. Adults that stand up against this and try to bring attention to it get attacked. She's been saying something for years. Cindy Morris? Not Cindy Morris. Cindy, I can't think of her last name because I'm not very good at her last name. It's a different name for me. But yeah, Cindy.
It's not like she went 40 years without saying anything.
No.
She said it when she was a young lady still. I think 16 or 17. Yeah, there was 4 years there where maybe she didn't because she didn't comprehend what the hell was going on.
She's been trying for years to tell the church, just like I did with my dad, you know? Oh, I find out he's going to this church, so I contact the church leader and let him know, you know? And you know, and when he tries to get among these people, okay, let them know, you know? Just let people know about it. And she tried to do that, and just like with me, the pedo excusers try to shut you up. They'll attack you even.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, just talking about like the LGBTQ plus. I mean, they do the same thing as well. You take the old school LGBs that stand up against it and say something, they get run out, they get ostracized, you know, by this news. What their movement has become. We're seeing the same thing in churches. When people stand up and say something, they get ostracized, they get made out to be a bad person, they get run out, whatever the case is. I mean, it's a pattern that's literally, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I'm convinced that it's all selfishness. People for their own selfish gain. Well, they don't want to believe it because it's their political party. They don't want to believe it because it's their political person. They don't want to believe it because it's in their group. They don't want to believe it because they've got an investment in that person or in that group that person's from, and so they don't want. A lot of these same people will be against pedophiles other places, but they won't be against the pedophiles within their own group. Absolutely. And that's wrong. That's wrong. And that's why we have pedophilia.
We saw the 76 already. They were all, you know, anti-ped, you know, especially when it comes to drag shows, anti-drag, kids, this, that, and the other. You know, calling them all pedos, which we know that's a lie. They're not all pedos. Just like with churches, not all church people are pedos. But then as soon as it came to, it was their pedos, they wanted to first deny it, then make excuses for it, then defend it, you know? I mean, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of people that say they're anti-pedo. I personally, if you go and you protest against and make fun of and speak out against drag shows with kids and start calling those people groomers and pedophiles and all that, how dare you then go up to a group and join a group that lets pedophiles live with children?
Pedophiles in.
How dare you?
Knowingly
Allow pedophiles around children, and you know it about it, and you still join the group.
Make bullshit excuses, still make excuses for it. Yeah, no,
I've had people who protest against the drag shows with kids who have threatened me with physical violence because I stand up against their group who let pedophiles in, including Freedom Corner, where they let pedophiles give prayers on their streams. They let pedophiles pedophile Marcus Coppock come down and join them. They knowingly knew that he was. They let all the pedo supporters down there.
They stooped to levels, like with that 76 bunch. I mean, how many times I was called a pedo because even though I wasn't there protesting with you guys, I was behind the scenes doing and saying what I was trying to fucking do, and then I was being called.
You were called a pedo. I remember that.
Not being accused, being called a pedophile.
Yeah.
Because I was standing up against my own fucking side.
Yeah. It's sickening. If you dare to stand up, especially against quote unquote your own, they'll ostracize you no matter what group it is. They ostracize you for standing up against pedophiles if you stand up against their pedophiles.
It's just like here, they're convinced that this is, you know, I'm a Democrat. They're convinced you're a Democrat. I mean, not that any other makes sense. But
Because only Democrats have pedophiles. That's so stupid.
You know?
That's dumb. Just
One
pure.
of the most insulting things I've ever heard. Calling
That
me a
is-
fucking Democrat.
Calling you a Democrat.
Yeah, that was insulting. Very insulting.
Eddie is extremely insulted that he got called a Democrat. Very insulted that he got called a Democrat. He's very insulted by that. He doesn't like being called because Eddie is for anybody who doesn't know Eddie is a Trump supporter. So I don't know how they would call him a Democrat. He's MAGA, so there's just no way that he is, but they act like it's only Democrats that do it. Hello. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Would you like some water?
I'll grab it.
I've got some over here. We got some.
I mean, I figured you did, but I needed an icebreaker.
It's okay. You can come on in here. We don't mind.
I know you don't. Because you're here on us. I'm Elizabeth.
Oh, my hands are a little sticky.
That's all right.
Lori.
I'm gonna move you guys into the shade. Try to put you in the shade. We're having a conversation. Sometimes it's better to have a conversation with people and not have a camera right in their face. But I'm gonna put you in the shade. Well, I'm gonna come over in the shade here in a minute. my stuff over to the... I'm having a conversation with someone from the church. Oh, I'm going to set my stuff here. But she's from the church, and she's talking about possibly coming out and protesting with us next Sunday. I really don't like to stick a camera in someone's face when they're really trying to genuinely talk to me. I'm sorry. I know it's not great content, but... There we go. Now I can maybe keep you in the shade. Church should begin. I'm coming over here on the shade. They can kick me out if they want to, but I'm coming over. Whew. Get my phone recharged here. Thank you. Good luck to you. Oh yeah. Yep. I that would be nice. Oh, thank you.
That's from her.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I may sit down and eat something. I really don't like it when people eat on stream, but so she's from the church here, and she agrees with what we're saying. She's trying to figure out what God's role is for her. She was talking about how the older generation, that the younger generation is less accepting of this stuff, and the older generation is the one that has, for some reason, they accept this, like the pedophilia and stuff. I mean, she thinks that that it'll probably have to burn down, like figuratively, or things will have to like that God is coming for the God can only be mocked so long, and only allow this for so long, and that like I say on here, the time for what did I call it?
Day of reckoning.
Day of reckoning. The day of reckoning is here, and that's what she's saying. That the day of reckoning is here, and that she believes that Jesus is going through the church, and that Jesus is the one bringing this to light. And I expressed to her how they really just they need to take all the leadership out, and she agrees. You know, I mean, she's talking about coming out here next Sunday with us. She was telling me I should put on my signs something about my story as like victim, and put things on there to try to get other, because you can't like refute that. You can refute the other stuff, but you can't refute that, my experiences. And that oh, I got a little ant on my foot with the fire ants. You don't want them to bite you. And to start putting things on signs about my own experiences with pedophiles, and hopefully get some more women, because there's plenty of women and men, but women in there, victims of child sex abuse, that were victims of child sex abuse, and they're afraid to say anything because they'll be attacked in there. And if they're doing this to me here, some of these people, the things that they say to me, the accusations and the justifications, then surely the people inside that try to stand up. But I asked her, I said, you go in there. Are the people standing up against this? Are they Are they just sitting there cheering for their leaders, or are they going in and saying, hey, who did this? We got to deal with this, you know? And she said she doesn't know because she has been pulled back from this church. She's pulled back from things because of this. And she's just trying to figure out what her place is to be. Which is actually kind of smart to sometimes go a little slower and say, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to stay here and stand up against this and be a part of changing things here? Or am I supposed to be a part of, oh good, they can see my signs from here. Now I can see you guys and like talk to you and do this, see? There we go. They can still see my signs. I watch them and they're looking at my sign. So, So I told her, I said, it's very easy to just think everybody that comes in here call them a pedo supporter and stuff like that. But the truth is that there are people that are coming here that I believe are very confused. They don't know what to do. Not all of them, but there are some people here that can still be reached, you know, that are very upset by this. And another thing that she agreed with me on was that hold on, I gotta eat this. Is that they I forgot now what I was going to tell you. We agreed on a lot of stuff. She's actually from a protesting family. Cause is more important than content. Absolutely, doofus. So when somebody is trying to really have a real, true conversation with me, I try hard not to throw a camera in their face. Oh, that lady's laughing at Eddie. That lady that just drove by in the bigger blue car. She was just laughing at Eddie. She looked at his sign, which his sign says end child abuse, and it has an 800 number to call. And she's sitting there laughing at it. Thought it was really funny. But I try not to put a camera in their face because I want to actually have a real conversation. Now they come up acting like an a-hole, and I'll throw that camera up so fast and let everybody see what they're saying. But sometimes I feel like we need to. I gotta drink real quick and then I'll get back out there. I feel like we need to. Sometimes I have to have a little bit of privacy. That's just it. I do. Because people won't speak to you sometimes if it's on camera. Some people are very camera shy. All right, let's go back out here because church is getting out. Church and they're coming out of church, so we'll get them on both ends. Not really, but you never know, I guess. I think everybody's about out of church. I don't know if you could hear that. Oh, too many people are. Too many of these people are being okay with this stuff. Like, they're not okay with pedophilia, but they're okay with the church leaders, and they think the church is dealing with it. The church is not. This church is not dealing with it. I absolutely disagree. The church leadership is not dealing with this properly. They should have called it out. They should really make a big. They should be making a big deal about it, about how horrible it is and stuff. She said Max Lucado actually preached here today. Shame on him. He's a big name, written a lot of books and stuff. Oh yeah. Went on the other side of the street. He was going down the road the wrong way. He was going the wrong way down the road. Oh my God. That dude almost took out the other churchgoers. Yeah, it's all the in crowd. It must be like 11 o'clock, and these are all the people trying to hurry up and get into church. They're a little late. I don't know what time it is. Anybody know what time it is? It must. Do you have the time?
Let me see. 10:54.
Oh, it's almost 11. Man, yesterday there were a bunch of people who were coming that were like coming late, so late to church. Oh, I've been there, dude. I've been there. Man, I'll tell you what, the fussing that went on, trying to get the kids out, trying to get yourself ready. Everybody, I can remember going to church badder than a wet hen because, like, I'm serious, we're all arguing in the car, and you're walking into church, stomping in because you're all mad, and then you got to sit there and try to get over that so you can get some worship, you know?
Yeah.
Got to put that smile on for everybody, you know, pretend like you weren't just fighting in the car in the parking lot. Oh, I remember those days.
They were getting to church on time.
All to get in church on time, yep. It's confession time. How many of you that go to church, how many of you go to church can say that when that you get all like, I don't want to say harassed, what's the right word? All like, frizzed out because you're trying to get to church on time and you're late and everything. And then you get there and you're like, you got to put that smile on your face and pretend like you weren't just arguing with your spouse and your kids. You weren't just yelling at the kids. Hurry up, come on, get ready. Stuff like that. That used to happen to me. I was a church goer for many, many years, and I'm well aware that that's a common practice. That's just the way it goes. Trying to get anywhere with your family and trying to get everybody in there. Good one. Good words. Don't cancel child sex abuse. I got my tape on there because I tried to put little pokey sticks so I could put it in the ground. But it's so hard. The ground is so hard here because it's been so dry. See, I'm seeing people come in that other exit. That other entrance, that might be a good entrance to go to next time when it gets hot. If there's some shade on the nice sidewalk, they're coming in through that other entrance. I'm trying to keep track, but I've seen a lot of cars there. Our car would be closer. Not right now. I mean, next time I'm gonna probably go over there.
They are. They're mouthing what the sign says. I can tell. Yeah.
Well, it hits home because they've had their elders up there talking about how his good works and this and that.
No, they're always talking about the good works of the church and the pastors that are pedophiles and all that. Yeah, that's not okay. It doesn't cancel out pedophilia. It just doesn't.
Eddie's got my sign that I made for the 1776 restoration movement. It says break the silence. So if you do, we need to break the silence. And there's another one that you can get a hold of if there's been child abuse. If you need help, please get help. That's what Eddie's signs say. Let me get back out here. There we go. Thank you, peace, love. I see you. I don't know why he rolled his window down. It was like he was going to say something to me, and then he didn't.
Funny they got security for the parking lot, but they let pedophiles around children. Make that make sense. Got to protect people's vehicles and cars, but I mean, because they're always out here. Like they're just all over the place. They're little security. That one lady tried to tell me that she's here for health, hope, and healing. I'm like, I hope that you find a place for that.
The Popo still, the Popo are parked over there. They have police who are here.
I've never seen a church that has police in their parking lot, patrolling their parking lot. Is that something new, or if it's what they always do? And who's paying for that police officer? Gateway or citizen?
Who is paying for the Denton County Police? Right there. There's a police officer. They were here a couple weeks ago. They were here last night. Where is it at? Oh, over here. There he is, right there. Who's paying for that police officer to sit in a parking lot? Is it the people of the church? I sure as hell hope this church, they got enough money. Let them pay for their own security. The church, definitely the citizens of this county, of Denton County, should not be paying for this church to have armed security guards called police.
That doesn't even make sense. Should try to find out. I may go down and ask him before we leave. Maybe when everybody's done going into church, I may walk down there and ask that police officer who pays them. I think that's a good idea. Sun's getting vicious again. Sun's getting vicious and hot. It's getting hot out here. I'm all sweaty. They've actually got a pretty big, they got a lot of people in their parking lot today, kind of like Saturday. I feel sweaty. Ugh. I can't wait to go home and take a shower, a cold shower. Man, yesterday I got into my car. I was shaky, man. I was like, I gotta make it to the car. I got to the car. Yeah. I turned that air on and sat in there. Oh, it felt so good. It took me about 5 minutes at least to just sit there and relax, drink a bunch of water before I felt like safe to drive, you know. I was telling my stream, man, I think I need to be a snowbird protester, like so Texas will do this spring and winter even. I wouldn't mind doing it in the winter so much. It'll be a little cold here and there, but definitely have to go back up north, find something up north to protest. During the summer, yeah. For sure. She's over here going, why? Like that at me. I don't get why they get all upset and butthurt over somebody pointed it out either. I really don't. People that like get all upset that they're standing out there, I don't understand it. That person's like, oh, right in the house. Make sure my phone, I have to keep checking my phone, make sure it's not overheating. Yeah, I don't understand that, why they sit there and shake their heads and act like all disgusted. I bet they don't do that in church. Act all disgusted and shake their heads at the pastor and a pedophile. Yeah, there's a lot of people coming in that entrance too. I think that would be worthwhile to check out that entrance next time. Because it's just so hot. So very hot. At least that
Well, now that they're all like not coming out, I'm gonna move back over to the shade. They can see my sign right there. I had them looking at me from there too, so I'm fine sitting in the shade with my sign.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to suffer.
Leave me in the sun.
Leave you to suffer, Eddie. See, I got my little setup right here. I will say, now I could get, this could change, okay? But I will say, the one thing that I can give to the church so far, any props that I could give to the church, the only props that I would give to this church, is that they haven't I've had one person make a big deal about, oh, you're on church property. Because there's this, there is the, I'm gonna move up a little bit more so that people leaving can see too. Because we have had to, in order to hit the shade, in order to get in any shade, technically, this right here, I think, is church property. So that's the only thing I'm going to give them, is that they at least, they haven't tried to be real bad with the protesters, which I'm very used to, is people just keeping trying to keep the protesters, whatever you can, to make their lives hard and stuff, because you don't want to be protested. So I will say that that is one thing that in a way I am thankful for, because I get to sit in the shade for now. That may change. You never know, but so far they haven't been too bad. I think we're gonna go down next time. We're gonna go down to this other entrance where there's a lot of shade. I can park my car real close. We could just go like across the street to get to our vehicle and our stuff. Less room to walk. Won't be as hot. So I'm thinking that might be what's gonna happen Saturday, especially when it's in the middle of the day, and you guys don't realize how hot it gets here in Texas. Oh my gosh, what does it get down to sometimes, Eddie? Like in the 70s at night, 80. It never cools off. It never gets like cool. Oh, there goes your sign. Oh, here we go. Look at Eddie. Got Eddie running for his sign. His sign fell down. Got some action going. The wind tried to take out Eddie's sign. No, I know, that's what I'm saying. You never really get that pure relief. I put my air conditioner on. At night. And then I cool my room off, and I put a fan on me. And turn the air conditioner off and put a fan on me. It usually keeps me cool enough when it's been cooling down. But once it gets up to like 114 and stuff, I think at night it's gonna be just too hot. You'll have to run your air conditioner too. Last time I protested here, I did not drink enough water over the 2 days, and it was really hot. And I ended up getting a UTI. And so I felt like I had to pee every 2 seconds. And yeah, that was horrible. Did not like that. I'm trying very hard to not have that happen again. I'm drinking a lot of water because we sweat out quite a bit. The nice thing is you don't need pee breaks. You don't need pee breaks because everything that you put in, you actually sweat out again. But I've finished these 2 little ones. These 2 little ones, and some of another big one. I've had a couple church people come up and give us water, which I do. I take it. I've given people water that are protesting. When I used to have some people come and protest me when I was protesting at my house. They would protest my protest, and that's what I would do. I gave away free waters to everybody. So that's something that when I did my protesting back home, that I realized how many people there are walking around, and that we, in my city, in my town, there's nowhere to get fresh water. So like we have some fountains and stuff there, but none of it is fresh water that people can refill their water bottles with. And there's a bus stop real close to me and stuff, so I have a lot of people walking by me. I was in downtown on Main Street, and I started giving people waters, and I would offer people waters that were protesting me, just as a friendly gesture, I guess. So we've had that kind of from these people, even the ones that disagree with us or whatever, that are still like trying to be kind people and come and give waters. And I'm sometimes torn on that, whether to take it or not. But when people try to be kind to me, I do accept it, you know. That kind of kindness, like, hey, would you at least like a water, or here we've got snacks or something. It probably depends on the person coming up. I don't know. Would you guys take water from, if you were protesting, would you take water from the people that you're protesting against? I don't know, I guess to each their own. I've taken them when I've covered like the drag show with kids. I went and covered a bunch of those protests. I just did my live stream and covered it. I wasn't participating. And I've had people from both sides give me like water or something to a snack. One time I was so hungry, oh my God. I felt like I was going to I was getting the hunger pains, and I went back to my car. I was starting to go back to my car to try to find something to eat, and one of the people who were protesting there, they actually gave me some water and like some crackers, probably like cheese crackers or peanut butter crackers, something like that. I was thankful. I don't care if I even agree with you or not on something. If you want to give me a snack when I'm hungry, feed me when I'm hungry, give me water when I'm thirsty. I need the water. I think the only person I wouldn't take it from is a pedophile. If a pedophile came up to give me water, if I took it, I'd probably pour it out. I don't want nothing from a pedophile. But like all these people here, it's like that other lady came up and talked to us. And the truth is that there are some good people who are attending here. They don't all agree with the pedophilia. They don't agree with the pastor being, they're like, oh, he'll never step foot in this church again. And all the leaders didn't know and stuff. So it's difficult because I do feel a lot of times like I want to blanket everybody, you know, everybody. But I don't think we can do that. I think there's people to be reached still. I still think there's people in this church that can be reached. And I want to encourage them to stand up and hold the leadership accountable. If you're going to stay at this church for whatever your reason is and you're against this stuff, I think they got to be making their voice known. They need to stand up and they need to hold the church, not ask the leadership who is the same leadership that's been lying to them and that's been covering up for stuff. You can't trust that. They need to hold those people accountable for sure. That's what I think. That's what I told that lady. She was telling me what she blessed for me or wanted for me. And I'm like, you know, I would hope that you people here in this church would, anybody who's going to stay here, that they would stand up and hold their leadership accountable. All of them. The one lady that came up that talked to us for a long time, me and Eddie, that's what she was saying, is that she thinks that that this is all Jesus, that Jesus is the one exposing all these pastors, not just this church, but all over. And that she said sometimes it has to burn to the ground in order to be saved and rebuilt. So I agree with that figuratively. Gotta say that figuratively, that it needs to burn to the ground. In other words, the leadership that caused this whole situation and all these situations with the pedophiles and the cover-ups, there needs to be some accountability, and they need to be removed, and they need to replace them with good leadership. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Good leadership. And they also need to make sure that they, in the future, these things are put in place. How about we start with firing Stephen Wilson, who is a pedophile that they employ here. He's one of their pastors. Definitely need to break ties with a pedo pastor, Stephen Wilson. You can't still have a pedophile on your pastor list and in your church leadership and say that you care about the victims if you have the pedophile in your church leadership. So that's kind of like speaking out both sides of their mouths, in my opinion. That was the difficulty with 1776 restoration movement. I think that there were people who believed in the message of 1776 restoration movement. But they disagreed with, if they knew, some of them didn't even know about the pedophilia stuff, or they were told that it was a lie that people made up and all that. And so, like, it doesn't mean that they personally were supporting pedophiles. Now, there were a group of them who knew about it and were supporting pedophiles. That's the problem. There's all kinds of people all put together. And there was people in that group. There's people in this church. There's people who have said stuff to me that have been supporting pedophiles right here while I've been protesting. Came up and told me, this pedophile right here is a good man. He's a good man. He's done lots of work. And this is a place of redemption. And so there are people who are, just like 1776. The problem is that the people who don't support it, they don't stand up and hold accountable. They just stay quiet. And then the bad leadership continues. So unless they change all their leadership up and get rid of the problem people and change, just like we need to change laws in this country with pedophilia, they need to change their rules here at this church. Every church should, and I've said this, and if you weren't on here before, if you are involved in a church, make sure that you know. Go ask. It's not bad to ask. Go ask them. What are the rules here at this church? What are the guidelines for what safeguards do we have in place to make sure that the children are safe? And then what safeguards do we have in place if something were to happen that the people would know? And that will the church contact the authorities? And that kind of stuff, or will they cover it up? Because that's important. God forbid that a child gets molested in the first place, okay? But it does happen. And as many safeguards as you put up, you can't totally stop somebody from molesting a child. You just can't. We can put all the safeguards in the world and they will still find a way. But we can make it difficult. And I think the response to it is what is very, very, very important is the response when it does happen. Does the church try to cover it up and just pay people off and try to keep it from the congregation and from, you know, people finding out? Or do they come clean about it and let people know? I mean, do they? That's how you show that you truly care about the children, is make sure that the parents know about that. Hey, this happened. You guys, we refute this. It is not what this church is not about that. And the authorities have been taken care of. I've been told about this. It's been taken care of with the authorities and all that. And here's what we do to make sure it doesn't happen, and as much as we can to the best of our ability. So I would like to see that, because I know there's going to be people that stay at this church. That lady did not agree with me, the last lady that stopped over here, which, you know, I do appreciate when people stop and talk to me. Even if I disagree with what they say, because at least they're not just doing a drive-by yelling at me some stupid thing like, he without sin, or some silly thing like that, you know. Just the fact that we have people from the church coming up and talking to us, and she was worried. She didn't want me to think that she was coming here because she agrees with pedophilia, you know. So I think that we are slowly reaching out. I think we're reaching people. And sometimes you can catch more flies with honey, kind of thing. So I go between what to put on my signs. Because honestly, I'm angry. I'm very angry against the pedophilia and the pedo supporters, pedo enablers, pedo excusers, whatever you want to call it. I am angry at that. And if it was just me, I'd be like in my opinion, I say shut shit down. You know, just shut it down and go find a new church. But that's their decision to make. And some people think that, oh, the church really, the lady was like, oh, you got to listen to the sermon today. They really do care. And, oh, they've said stuff about the victims. Yeah, they call it a moral failure. Not molesting a child. Moral failure. The lady said, oh, it is a moral failure. Yeah. I said, and it's also a crime. And it's more than just a slip up. It's not just slip up. That's what moral failure. Moral failure covers everything. Moral failure covers, oh, I raised my voice at my spouse today. Whoops, I smoked another cigarette. Moral failure could be, man, I was speeding today. I'm a speeder. Moral failure could be anything. Let's be more specific. Let's be more specific. This is pedophilia. This is raping of children. Let's not downplay it. I get tired of this church downplaying it. I think that's what really irks me too, is the response has been like, well, let's get back to business as usual. And no. They talk about repentance and restoration. There needs to be some major repentance from the people who are here, that are in leadership, especially, that knew about this and stuff. Repentance means you admit to the sin. And that was part of Robert Morris's failure, is he did not repent. They keep saying he repented. No, he did not. If you're repenting, you don't lie about it. You don't lie about it and call it moral failure. Inappropriate relationship. No. Most people probably thought that it was just he had an affair. No. Nope. Molesting children is not just simple moral failure. And the fact that the church keeps calling that calling it a moral failure, shows that they are not taking this seriously. They're not taking it seriously. The church is not taking it seriously. And I think that's what people are looking for. People like me are looking to see that people take this seriously. They're not just they're hurt. They need to make sure that the children that come into this church are safe. How many children have I seen coming into this church? They actually have a child's ministry event that they're having here at this church. It's this next week here. I think it's this next week. And I plan on coming and protesting at that too, because it's like for 2 or 3 days or something. But how, like if this church was taking this seriously, they would have canceled that. They would have canceled it. To invite children to your church when your pastor, 2 pastors are pedophiles. You had an elder that was a pedophile. Multiple cover-ups by the church leadership of pedophiles and child abuse. How dare you then invite children from the community to come to your church to learn about Jesus? How dare you? How dare you? I think that's horrible, and I think that people need to know what they're taking their children to. I'll have to make up a really good sign for them. I'm not sure what to put on the sign for the people who aren't church members, because the church members, they're going to bring them here anyway, but the people who aren't church members, so that they know, maybe they were living under a rock and didn't hear about the whole Gateway scandal or whatever, and they will be bringing their children. I'm not sure what to put on a sign to let people know. If anybody has an idea, let me know what it is, but I don't know what to put on. I'm trying to think that one through. It takes me a while sometimes to think of what to put on a sign, because I try to reach people with my signs, not just...
Look at all those road runners.
Oh, there are. Oh.
5 of them over there.
Oh. Oops.
Whole pack of them.
There's a whole pack of roadrunners over there, you guys. Look at them. If you've never seen a roadrunner, there's a roadrunner. Beep, beep. Meep, meep. Meep, meep. Coyotes coming. Look at them. Look at them running. Oh, they're having a blast running, aren't they? Let me get this down on the ground. Where are they at? Oh, there they are. There's the roadrunners. Yeah, meet.
2 of them.
Yeah, they're oh, there's those guys.
Oh, it's hot out here.
I always thought roadrunners were big.
About the normal size of them. I get tickled at them when they get running. Their heads get like way out ahead of them, and see, like the faster they go, the more their heads go into it.
Oh, here they go. Oh, they're cute. I always thought roadrunners were big because I watched them on the, I wonder if they're going to cross the road or, oh, there they are. They're going over there. I'm going to come over here so I can see the roadrunners. Yep, there they are. They're crossing the road. Why did the roadrunner cross the road?
They're heading up there where you saw that one yesterday.
There they are. Don't get run over. Hurry. Go. Run. They've got to be going to the other side over there with the trees. Yeah. How many of you thought that roadrunners were big after watching the cartoons? I used to think it was really big bird. I was thinking like a ostrich or an emu or something like that. And then come to find out, I come here and I see roadrunner. They're like this big, like a chicken. They're about the size of a chicken, a small chicken. Hey, UK, hello. I have a friend in the UK. It's nice to see people from the UK here. Recently admitted to inappropriate sexual behavior with a 12-year-old girl in the 1980s and stepped down. Yes. Yep. He was pastor. This is his church right here. This is his, this is, I think, the main gateway. This is the gateway that Robert Morris was at. That's why we came here. But there's another one. There's multiple gateway churches, all under the same umbrella. And there's one that in Frisco. I've never been there, but they had a church elder who was molesting his grandchildren, and a couple of the ladies in the church found out, and they tried to bring it to the church leadership, and the church leadership actually ended up kicking the ladies out of church, asking them to leave the church, and they wouldn't do anything about it. Well, the ladies went to the proper authorities, and that guy ended up, the elder ended up getting arrested for molesting his kids or grandkids. So it's multiple. Then you've got Stephen Wilson. He's another gateway. He's their prison ministry, and so they picked a pedophile to do be their pastor for the prison ministry. There's so many pastors out there. Why do you have to pick one that is a pedophile? I don't get that. Yeah, there's gateway churches in other states too. They didn't know the full extent of the sexual abuse. Yes. Clemens Shire, that's her last name. I accidentally called her Sydney Morris. I'm so sorry. They didn't know the full extent of the sexual abuse. The explicit details are, yeah, that's what they say. I will say that, okay, so that's what they say about Robert Morris, but Stephen Wilson, he was on the sex offender list. See, he got prosecuted. He was a middle school teacher who went and molested a girl. I think she was 13. She was a middle school girl at the school that he worked at. He lost his teacher's license. I believe it was 2 years that he went to prison. And that's what he got anyway for that. And then he was on the sex offender list for 10 years. While he was on the sex offender list, I believe it was like 6 years after he committed the crime kind of thing. I could be a little off on that. Gateway connected with him. Now, why would you do that? Why would you connect with someone who is a pedophile? Start your own prison ministry. Find someone else that's doing prison ministry that's not a pedophile, and join with them. But they hitched their wagon to a pedophile. That makes no sense at all. I'm sure they thought it would never come out, that they'd never have to pay for it. But that's why my sign says the day of reckoning is here, because all these liars and people who thought they were never going to get caught, now is the time where they're getting caught. You can only do bad things for so long before it catches up with you. So you may get away with it for a season, but I will guarantee you, maybe not everybody. There's the few that do get away with stuff forever before they die. But for the most part, when you're doing something wrong and you're doing bad stuff, you can try to hide it up all you want, but it eventually will come out, and there's going to be a time to pay for your decisions. Every decision that we make has good or bad consequences to it. So that's why I believe in karma, because I believe that karma is just pretty much the natural of, if you're a really shitty person and you do a lot of shitty things, the karma that comes around back to you is going to be shitty things. And you can't even complain because you deserve it. You deserve it. And people who do actually are good people and try to do put a lot of good stuff out into the world, truly good stuff, they may make mistakes here and there, you know, we all do. I make mistakes, but I really try to put more good out in this world and try to, yes, I fail sometimes. I do fail, but I try very, very hard to put out good, call it good vibes, good works, yeah, kindness. I feel like if you do try to be truly kind, so I could yell at people, and I don't even feel a little bit bad about that, yelling at pedophiles and like people who are really truly defending pedophiles. I have no problem being mean. I don't have no problem saying some mean things to them at times. But for the most part, I really, 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 really try to be a kind person, because I think that kindness goes a longer way. Like when that lady came up to me, and she didn't, dude, like it was like excuse after excuse. But if I had just yelled at her and not had a nice conversation with her and got my point across too, you know, in a kind way, I gave her a hug afterwards. If I hadn't done that, you never know, with something that I said might resound with her later. She may mull it over and speak about, you know, and later, and she won't have the, oh yeah, that lady was just, those people are just yelling at us, they're just hateful and all that. No, she knows now that is not the truth. That's not the case. So sometimes I think that you get much farther, but it comes back to you. The way that people, doesn't mean that you won't ever be treated badly. It just means that if you help people who are in need, I believe that when the time comes for you to need some help, you're going to have people who are willing to help you. That's the karma. Your kindness, your generosity, you're helping people when you're able to help people. Then when you're the one that's in need, whether it's financial or it's mental or it's just needing a friend or somebody to talk to, they will also come back to you. Then it'll come back to you. You'll find people who are like that for you. That's what I believe. Oops, I gotta get my cigarette charged back up. There's no way you can tell me that all sin is the same, damn it. That woman tried to say that too, that, oh, well, I don't mean to put more like relevance on one sin. Go ahead. The sin of me sucking on this thing or stealing a pack of gum is not the same heart that comes from raping a child.
Yeah, her sin is sin.
Sin is not sin. Bad, that's like saying all crime is crime. All crime is crime. It's all the same. There's no bad crime and not so bad crime. There's no levels of crime. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And there's different sentences for those crimes. Just like there's different sentences for your sins. And if you're not a Christian, when I say sin, think of it as sin is something that's not good for you to do. It has bad effects. That's usually what sin would be. Things that are not the best way for you to live. So like this, they would say this was a sin. Well, it isn't the best thing for me to do, but its consequences are going to be different than the consequences of raping a child, killing someone. I mean, we have different levels. You know, the kid that steals a candy bar doesn't get the same sentence as the pedophile that molests a child. No, there are levels of sin. There are levels of bad behavior or crimes, whatever title you want to put on that, honestly.
You got water?
Yeah, I got water. Do you want some?
No,
you
I
need...
got some. I just wanted
Oh, okay. I sent you copies of one court. Okay, I'll look at it, Mama Bear. Thank you. Thank you for restreaming. I appreciate that. As much as we can get the word out, you guys, we got to get the word out. And we need people to, we need people to come together and stand together and support each other. Even when we don't agree with everybody on other things, I don't have to agree with everybody on other issues, but if they want to go against the pedophiles, okay, let's go. You know, we ride at dawn. We ride at dawn. Let's go. Church starts at 9. Oh, you didn't go live today? Okay, but you did yesterday. Did you end up restreaming it? If you did, thank you very much. We got to start all standing as much as we can together. I don't mean unity at all costs, because I'm against unity at all costs. I won't unify with a pedophile. I won't. I won't unify with pedo supporters either. I won't unify with that. I'm disgusted by it. But I'm just saying, man, like politics and stuff, we need to put some of this political stuff aside and be able to stand together. I really want to see some things happen in our legislation, and we're going to need both parties. And both parties should be getting heat from their constituents. You know, it shouldn't just be the Republicans. It should be Republicans and Democrats working together on this. I've heard of a couple Republican leaders who they're saying stuff. See, I saw it, and I got it marked down who it was, and they are saying, oh, in January when we come up, we're gonna try to do this, and we're gonna try to make the statute of limitations to be retroactive and all that. Okay, that's good. I heard you say it. Now I'm gonna watch, and I'm gonna see what you're gonna do, and I will work to try to get both sides to do this, the Democrats and the Republicans here, because I think a lot of times what happens is people, the two sides, if one side says it, the other side opposes it, you know, no matter what it is, and that's very unfortunate, or they can't come to a consensus on how it should be worded, or just all these things. And there are some things like this that we just need everybody on board. We need everybody to come together and change the laws. So I think that was one of the most beautiful things that happened. I can't get over that. I will never stop telling people, because I tell people this all the time. When I meet them, I'm like, hey, yeah, I was a part of a protesting. No, I know you don't. I tell people, hey, I was a part of a protesting and against pedophiles. And I said, you know what? People had their own motives for coming to protest, but they all ended up coming together against the pedophilia. And how wonderful that was. To have people very different from me, different beliefs and stuff, but that came together, and I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot from the people who had different beliefs than me, which is awesome. They've given me more insight. I don't quite fit in with either side, so I really like to talk to both sides, because I agree with both sides on some things. So it was very nice to have that open up for me, to be able to talk to people. And I have friends now, you know, well, my best friend forever. We've been together as best friends for, has it been almost 30 years? Oh, geez Louise, it may be almost 30 years. It's over 25 years. I've had the same best friend. Totally different beliefs. We have been really, really different, like on abortion. She usually votes for Democrats. I usually voted for Republicans. we just had so many differences. She wasn't a Christian. Most of my life I was a Christian. And yet we were best friends. There were some things we just didn't talk about. And there were some things that we do talk about, that we have talked about, and we've had to just agree to disagree. When I say don't talk about them, I mean like we've already talked about it. We know where each other stands, and we just try to kind of respect each other as much as possible. So it was nice to see that on a bigger scale, to get more friends. That it is difficult for me sometimes to. I've worked as far as like protesting. I protested and worked with people who are from, I gotta plug my phone in, who are from the very right spectrum of politics, and that are the like abolitionists for abortion and all that kind of stuff. And I've had many conversations with people telling me that I can't have any morals because if I don't base it on the Bible, then I can't have any morals, and all this stuff, and just all these. It gets sometimes it gets mind numbing, and it can be like just very difficult to be a non-Christian, to be bisexual, and to be immersed in with people who are against those things. So I do find some solace sometimes in having people that I can talk to when I'm feeling, because I have been abused by Christianity and the churches and people. And it's nice to be able to talk to people who aren't going to do that to me. Very, very nice. So and then I have Christian friends too that don't do that to me too. So it's not all of them, but I mean, there's enough of people. I had a guy that I took my very first Uber ride. I took an Uber ride. I ended up in tears because the guy that was driving, and of course he told me he's some kind of pastor. He considers himself a pastor. I don't know if he was a street preacher or just had some kind of ministry, but he was Uber driving, and I tried to tell him. He was like going back and forth with me on some stuff. I said, listen, I have been abused by the church before, and I really just don't want to have this conversation anymore. And he would not shut up. He just kept on me. By the time he dropped me off, I was in tears in the back seat. It was horrific, and that's the kind of people that I'm talking about, that kind of abuse you with their religious opinions. And when someone has been abused and they tell you, hey, I need you to stop, and it's not respected, I find that abuse again. I find that abusive, re-traumatizing. So I don't remember why I told you that, but that has been my experience. I hope you found some healing when you was speaking about your past yesterday. Oh yeah, you know what? The best thing, if anybody has been abused, like suffered from abuse, I will say find a group of people who have also been abused, who aren't just languishing in their the torment of it, but that are trying to heal. And I found that in Facebook, of all places, on social media. I found a Facebook group, and it was there that I realized that I was told it's okay to be angry. There were people of all different levels of healing in there. There were people who were still really, really into their abuse. And then there were people who were what I would consider super healed and wise about it. And then there were people all in between that spectrum. And that's what I did, is I found some people who didn't judge me, but like judge where I was, and they just accepted it. And to tell somebody that it's okay to be angry is so, for me, that was very freeing. And so I do still have a lot of anger. I have a lot of hurt. I just don't live in it all the time. That's where my healing is at. I have found healing. That's why I tried to kill myself. That's what I was trying to say, is because you have that broken record in your head of, oh, I wish my daddy would love me the way I'm supposed to be loved. I wish my family would accept me. This abuse has taught me that I'm not worthy. I'm a bad person. I'm not good enough. And just all those records and stuff that's going on in your head. I now recognize it in other people. I've seen people who are so caught up in their abuse that they can't, that's literally all they'll ever talk about, ever. They live it every day. They live that abuse. I don't live that abuse every day. I remember that it happened. I know that it happened. And yes, I can get upset sometimes about it. I can get hurt about it, especially when I think about other people going through those kind of abuses. And worse, it really touches me, because I still have that little hurt girl in there, and I have that little angry girl in there. But there's also the healed person in there, and the healed person has taken control. So that's how I equate it, is that loud, angry girl, that survivor. Yes, we're all survivors. And that loud, angry girl, or the really sad, hurt girl, they get to take a back seat now, because my healing has got me to the place where I can use that hurt, I can use that anger to spur me to help others, and to do my advocacy work, to do my protesting. It does. I wouldn't have gotten up this morning. When my alarm went off at 5 o'clock this morning, I was like, oh shit. What excuse can I make up to not have to go today? I know he's laughing at me. What excuse can I make up today to not have to go? Huh? But unfortunately,
No excuses.
No excuses.
No excuses.
No excuses, because I know how important it is to me. You know, it's that passion. And so I just think that a lot of us, the people that have been hurt, even if it's not sex abuse, if you've been hurt by abuse, it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be hurt. It's okay to be sad. But you have to find a way to not let it overwhelm you. You have to find a way to, you don't get over it totally, but to heal from it, so that you don't live in it every day, live in your abuse. Because I guarantee you, your abuser isn't living that way. Your abuser isn't living in what he did and sitting there beating himself up every day about it. They try to destroy your life. Don't let them. Don't let them. I'm glad that I was not successful, and that I'm still here. And I believe, see, I get emotional, but I believe that there's a reason. I get so sad for everybody else that's still going through these things, and I believe that there's a reason why I'm still here, and I think that this is quite possibly it. I've found my reason, my way of dealing with all of this hurt in this world and the abuse in this world is to stand up against it and to use my voice, because that's all I got. I don't have a lot of money. I don't have a lot of smarts. I don't have a lot of this. I don't have a lot of that. I'm not real good at this or that. But you know what? I'm really good at standing up and using my voice. Yeah, going through the same things like this church. Yeah. And that's why I try not to be angry when these people come up to me, because I used to be a church member. I used to be in the cult. And we need to reach people who are in those positions, not just condemn them, but we need to reach them and help them out of it, you know? And hugs back. I don't know. I could get pretty mad. I don't know if my heart is. I'm not 100% just all love and joy and sunshine, and but I do. I believe that we have to find some kind of love, and I care a lot about the hurt that other people are going through spiritual abuse. That is something that I think is so detrimental to people, to be abused with the word of God, to be abused spiritually. It's a I don't think people realize how harmful it is to people. I always thought I needed to start a support group for the people who I went to school with, because so many of them, not all of them, but a lot of them really felt like they were abused there, that in this cultish thing, and it's a spiritual abuse. Hurt people hurt people. People hurt people because they're hurting. And I think that that's why we're seeing so much in our country and in our world, all these horrible things that people are doing, whether it's shooting a bunch of people or just the anger that we see, all the road rage incidents that we see. Here in Texas, I keep seeing that people getting shot for road rage incidences and stuff, and I think it's because there's a lot of hurting people in this world, and when we are hurting like that, we take it out on other people. We end up hurting other people, and then it's like an endless cycle of victims, running around hurting everybody, hurting each other, instead of dealing with their pain and the thing that's actually causing them to be so hurt. Hopefully this helps a little bit. I want to know about that police officer. If he comes over here, come on over here. I got questions for you, dude. I'm going to ask him. I want to ask him. He's over there. See? Ah! My thing keeps going. I want to know. I got me a question, mister. I'm going to catch that popo. My question is, who's paying him to be in this parking lot? Are the citizens of this county paying for this church to get protection from the police to sit in a parking lot for hours on end? Or is the church paying for the police to be here? Official business? Right, just sitting in a parking lot for hours on end. Was that where the police were there too? Yeah, we passed another Gateway church. There's another one right down the road a ways, and there were 3 or 4 police officers there at that church. Dude, like, what's going on that the citizens now have to pay? Make Gateway pay for that shit. They get tax deductions.
I'm sure, honestly, what I think.
Why don't you come in the shade? I can't barely hear you. That's why I want to hear what you think. What do you think?
I would assume, I don't know, police, like especially, what was it, 2 weeks ago
When all the protesters were here?
That was probably, I would say, more for protesters, I would think.
You think it was to keep keep everybody safe from?
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, they're always posted up, like right, or you know, he's been posted up, well, right over
Right
there,
over here.
right over there.
He has been posted
But
up.
they had other ones. I noticed this morning when we drove around, there was a couple of more. I don't know if maybe he was one of them. I don't know if are they. I don't know. Are they here protecting the church? Or are they here protecting people that might be speaking against the church? Maybe both. I don't know. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem fair.
If he's just sitting here to protect the church, yeah, that's kind of.
Doesn't seem fair that the citizens have to pay for that. Hopefully not overtime. But if he is sitting in a parking lot all the time, either he's not responding to other crime, or he's getting paid overtime to sit in a parking lot because he's doing extra hours. So
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I can only make assumptions on it.
yeah, this is not a public place. This is a private, private church. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that the church should have to pay for having the police sit in their parking lot and stake it out for protection? Or should the citizens pay for that? I'm not quite sure the citizens should have to pay for that. I know, I wanted to ask him. Okay, Nathan says, I don't know if it's true or not, but Nathan says Gateway pays. It is for traffic control. I was gonna ask the police. He probably would tell me, I don't know. Whenever we ask police stuff like that, they're like, I don't know, I just go where I'm told.
Well, like I said, the traffic control, I mean, I know they were using them, especially on that Saturday when all the people were here.
There were a lot of people
Yeah,
here that
they
first
were
Saturday.
using them as traffic control also. Like if anybody stopped here too long to talk or have a conversation.
Oh, they did ask a couple people to go on.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Because people trying to get out.
Well, it just makes me wonder, because like they're here when we get here. So it's not like they're just here because, oh, there's
Were they
protesters
here
down.
yesterday?
Yeah.
They were here
When I
yesterday?
got here, they were here. And they stayed the whole time, They parked in different parts of the parking lot back here, but they were back here towards this
Well,
part.
let's be real. I mean, I'm sure there's been like threats made, against this church. I mean, I'm not.
Oh, there might have been.
I'm sure there has. I mean, look, I'm sure there has because it's been big news around here. So it wouldn't surprise me if there has been some sort of possible threat.
Or at other gateway churches.
Huh?
Or at other gateway
Or at
churches.
other yeah.
Which would make this one also a target. You know what I mean? Like all
Yeah.
of them, really.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm just assuming.
I'm doing a lot of assuming too. You know what happens when you assume it?
Makes an ass out of me and you. Or you and me.
You and me?
Yeah, you and me.
Wow, can't wait to eat some food, real
Oh, I'm
food.
thinking about tacos, man.
Tacos?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to stop at the Mexican meat market. Get some.
Are you gonna make tacos?
Yeah.
I found me a man that can cook. Be jealous, ladies. Be jealous. He's not only likes to cook, he's a good cook. Oh, if Mama Bear is still in here, he reminds me of Jennifer as far as like cooking. That he like tries to bring out the flavors and he'll do all this extra stuff that I'm like, fuck that, man. I just throw shit together and hope it tastes good, put some good seasoning in there. I'm not gonna do all the extra stuff and use fresh herbs and
The layers of flavor.
he has layers of flavor. He has to layer the flavor. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I just throw some this and this. Your stuff tastes so much better.
No, I don't know. Everything you cook is really good too.
I know you say you like my food, but I think it's funny that your cooking is better than mine. I think because you care about the layering of flavors and all that. Oh, he cooks with love.
It's just done with love. That's all.
Is that why the sex is so good? Because you love me so much? It's better with love. Oh, Oh, I made him blush. Now he's walking away. He's walking away. Oops. Yeah. He's like, okay, you embarrassed me now. Oh. Everything's better with a little bit of love. I think that's funny. I'm gonna start charging all this stuff back up. Oh, they both are charged, okay. Something else I can get behind for protesting is I'd like to get the weed legalized. I'm big on weed legalization. I love marijuana. I do. I love marijuana. I think it's an awesome, awesome, awesome plant. And it can be used medically. And it doesn't affect your body the way that all these big pharma drugs do. Now, it's not for everybody, but like a lot of people, it helps with like anxiety. When I was going through, I'm going through the change, ladies. Yes, the best sleep you got was from Mary Jane in Holland. Yeah. Oh my God. I think that it's a good thing. I'm going through the change, and they don't tell you all. They talk about hot flashes, okay? But they don't tell you all the other shit that you go through when you go through the change. And one is that with those hot flashes, when they start, it starts like, oh, it feels like an anxiety attack where your stomach tightens all up and you don't feel good. And then you start feeling like really like, oh, I got all this energy, like, you know, kind of like, what the hell's going on? And then all of a sudden you start getting hot and you're like, oh, I'm having a hot flash, not an anxiety attack. So it resembles a lot of an anxiety attack. And honestly, it affected my food consumption. Like I always just kind of felt icky. My tummy didn't feel like eating food, even when I was hungry. But sometimes I couldn't eat. I had to force myself to eat food. When I would see something I really wanted to eat, I'm like, yay, I finally feel really hungry and I want to eat that, you know? But it was hard to just eat food for fuel. And I started taking, what is that stuff I take for the change? I'm trying to remember what that's called. That stuff I take for the change. Those pills I take for the change. What's it? Estrogen, yes, thank you. Estrogen. Ladies, do not suffer. I suffered needlessly for a few years with these hot flashes and stuff, and like night sweats and all that stuff. It was just horrible. It affected my sleep, and I started taking Estrogen. It's over the counter. There's no estrogen in it, and I've been taking it for probably about a month and a half now, something like that. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a couple months. I think it's actually been more like 2-3 months. But I've been taking this stuff. I do not have night sweats anymore. I sleep through the night again. My appetite has come back quite a bit. So I eat a lot more. I've gained a little bit of weight back. I was getting so skinny. Like even my best friend was like, good Lord, you're so skinny. My clothes were like falling off me and stuff because I never wanted to eat. I felt like I was always having all these anxiety. It felt like anxiety all the time because of the hot flashes. And this stuff has just changed all that. Every once in a while I get a hot flash. but I don't feel the effects of the change as much. So if there's anybody out there suffering, please don't suffer needlessly. You don't even need a doctor. Just go to like CVS or one of the pharmacies, and you can get it over the counter. So yeah, please don't suffer needlessly. I did, and I had people tell me, oh, there's over-counter stuff, and I thought, yeah, what? That's not gonna work. It does work. It's very helpful. Mood changes, mood swings and stuff, because you're not getting enough sleep. That is detrimental too. No wonder middle-aged women have like these midlife crisis kind of things when they go through the change. Working outside. You've hardly been affected? Huh. Lucky you. Lucky you. I don't know how far into the change you are. It changes. Hold on. I was all excited with there's a part of the change that they don't tell you about. It does affect your sexuality too. There's just something about it, man. It was like all of a sudden, bam, bam. It's like sex might have been good before, but now it's like, wow. Like it felt like you were in your sexual prime. I mean, it was like, whoa, this existed all this time and I didn't know about this. I won't go into details, but you know, the sex, I said something to my best friend, and she's like, I know. And we talked about it a little bit. It's like, oh my God, that's the same for you too. Like, why did our mothers and grandmothers tell us about this stuff? The problem is that goes away after so many years. It's like at the beginning time of it, and then it starts to go away, where you start having some problems down there. One thing is that women start drying out when they go through the change. There's starts having a problem with dryness and just different things like that. And it's like, oh man, you know, once you get past enjoy while you're in the prime part, enjoy the shit out of that. I gotta tell you. We don't talk about these things. We don't talk about these things. It's like we keep it all secret. I wish someone had told me about all this change stuff. I don't talk to my family anymore, so I don't have a mother to go to talk about, you know, the more personal parts of being through having the change. Everybody always knows about the hot flashes. I can remember my mom going to a separate bedroom, my sister's old bedroom, and she had this little window air conditioner that she would put in the window, and she kept that sucker running. We used to make fun of her because it was like always an ice box in there, and she was like, I got to keep the room cold. I get it now. So that when you wake up and you're just dripping in sweat and stuff, you can just open your covers off you, and all that cold air hits you right away and stops the heat. It's like your body's a furnace, and it's trying to get rid of all the heat. It comes out everywhere, and so you take the blankets off and have all that cool air hitting you. It's a instant relief. So I understand now why she did that. I've done the same thing. How it will get better soon if you're having, people need to have some hope with this. I think women suffer needlessly. I will say my sister, something that I really liked that her church did, it was a group called Apples to Gold. I think that's what it was called, Apples to Gold, something like that. But they had the older ladies teaching the younger ladies all those things that kind of have gotten lost by the wayside, some old things, like how to cut up an entire chicken so that you can buy a whole chicken and cut it up yourself instead of having to buy the more expensive pieces. just simple things from different cooking stuff, cleaning stuff, things that have been lost through the years with the convenience of fast food, and being able to buy all the pieces of like say with a chicken or something, the prepared foods and stuff. People have forgotten some of the tricks and stuff, and so I really thought that was a neat idea for the women who wanted to learn that stuff, to be able to learn it from the older generation. I like combining the older generation with the younger generations and teaching the different things. That's how things used to be, and I've been noticing that more recently, online. There's been an uptick of people who are doing videos on how they cooked during the Depression. People who do homesteading and stuff, bringing back and teaching people the old ways of doing things, combined with the new, but remembering how to do things like from scratch and stuff. Oh, you're on the Mediterranean diet. Yes, that is what is, I know, I kind of know that, I've heard of that, but I can't remember what all it is. It's like fish and what, fresh vegetables and fruits, maybe? Is that what the Mediterranean diet is? Oh, they're starting to get out of church. I see some people. Just 3 of them though. Wait, if they start coming out, I gotta get up there. Veggies and fruit. Oh, just veggies and fruit. Do you eat meat? And olives and stuff. Okay. Like in the Mediterranean, like what they'd eat in, like, is it Italy's in the Mediterranean? Greece, Italy, fresh things that come from there. A lot of chicken and fish. I eat a lot of, I try to eat as many veggies as I can. When I was going through my pain, I had a pain condition for a lot of years, chronic pain, and that was what my pain doctor kept telling me, is that I needed to go on the caveman diet or something like that, where you only eat like the caveman did, like the more ancient people did. So it would be like meat and vegetables and no processed foods at all. I think that would be rather difficult to not eat any processed foods, but I do try to cut back on processed as much as I can. I used to butcher a lot of my own meat. I raised meat rabbits for a while, and I fed my dogs, and I fed myself. And through the butchering and stuff that I did and processing that I did with the rabbits, I also I would go on, what's that called? Not eBay, I'm trying to think what it's called, Craigslist. Go on Craigslist, and I lived in a farming community. There was a lot of farmers around that had too many roosters, had like ducks, geese, animals, like small animals like that, small birds, different kinds of birds that they either had really cheap and sometimes for free. And so I would just go pick them up. I'd drive out and either pay for them or get them sometimes for free. And then I would take them home and butcher them myself for my dogs to eat, because they needed different meats. And you're always trying to when you're doing a raw diet with a dog, you have to give them different kinds of meat, different sources. And like you need to have all the organs and stuff. So I was doing that for my dogs, but I realized, hey, a lot of this stuff is good for me too. So like I started eating duck. And sheep. I used to take, whenever I would butcher ducks or geese, I would render the fat. I learned all this on YouTube videos. I learned how to butcher on YouTube videos. And I learned how to process on YouTube videos, and I learned how to do all this stuff. So I would take the fat layer, and you have never tasted anything better, let me tell you what, than rendered duck fat or goose fat. And you like cook it out in the frying pan, and then you strain it through something and put it in like a jar, and then put it in the fridge. And I would cook my potatoes and all kinds of stuff instead of oils and stuff. I just would grab some of that nice big yummy fat and throw it in there, and it would put such good flavor. Oh, such good flavor with your food. I mean, really good flavor. You haven't had nothing like that, let me tell you what. If you find duck fat, get it. I've been wanting to have some duck breast. I like duck breast better than I like beef, especially if it's cooked properly. Goose fat, yeah. It's just rich and greasy. You know what, though, James? If you put... Hold on a second. If you put... wait, what did you say? Rich and greasy. I've actually taken duck, and if you take the skin off, and you put it in a crock pot, and just put it in there and crock pot it. It'll be just like roast beef. People won't be able to tell the difference. Put a little barbecue sauce and make some barbecue roast beef for sandwiches. I've taken it to places. I tell people, but they do. It's like roast beef. It really tastes like that. So just always you got to take that skin off, because it's got so much fat in it. That's what makes it so fat and greasy, especially. Crock pots are one of the best inventions in the world. Oh, hey, Jennifer, hello. Peace out, girl. I was just talking about you and your cooking. I found another cook like you, the cook with love and do layers of flavor and all that, Eddie. But no, you don't need you don't add any fat to duck or geese. Never add any fat or anything like that to it. It's got its own fat. Oh, Granny Sue. Hi, Granny Sue's in here. Some old names here. Yay. Hi, guys. Oh, yeah, he cooks good. You cook. Okay, so Jennifer is one of those women who cook like you would not believe. She can really cook. And I went to her house, and she made a meal for me that was just like, it was like, you look at it on the plate and it's all pretty. It smells good, and then you get it and it's so pretty you almost don't want to eat it. And then you eat it and it's like, oh Lord, I could eat this forever. Oh, it was so good. Some of the best food I've had. Okay, I got to get back out. They're leaving. What did I do here? Let me get I think I turned that off. Got to go back out. People are starting to leave here. Yeah, if you guys get a chance to eat any of, Jennifer's food, you will feel blessed, let me tell you. It's a blessing to eat Jennifer's food. All right, let me see if I'm gonna see how much give me 1 second here. I gotta see how much my phone is charged. I gotta get off this. I keep it on. Hi, Granny Sue. I gotta keep this charged up here because it's pretty low. But I'm gonna move it back out. Hopefully I don't get the sun so bad that because I do want to put it here in case somebody stops so you can hear what they say. I'll put the charger down here. Put it back here a little bit more. I love you too, Jennifer. I hope that you're doing well. I've heard you're doing well, so I hope you still are. Jennifer is another one that has heart for the children, I believe, and I've been able to talk to Jennifer, and And she does. She has a heart for the kids, and we've talked about, you know, the different ways to approach stuff and everything. So I really appreciate Jennifer. We all have our place and our ways of doing things. Jennifer has a different style than I do, but I still think that we're all effective, just in different ways. She's a little bit, well, I bet you when you get mad, you're not so quiet and sweet, but, but she is. She's a more sweet and quiet lady.
But that doesn't, it doesn't mean that you should say sorry. Yeah, because you realize there's another pastor in the church that is pedophile. Yeah, please, thank you. See, that's the people I'm trying to reach. Are the people who are saying that that's just horrible, and she just said we're going to make sure that he is gone. Yeah. I don't need to go into forgiveness. I think that the people who are still allowing pedophiles to be pastors need to do something about that. So a couple people have come and said, we agree. But then the last one told me I need to come into church to get forgiveness. I said, I don't need forgiveness.
Yeah.
I don't need forgiveness. I said, I need to get this out. I can definitely say that with definite authority. I have never molested a child. I really do hope, Eddie. I hope that some of these people, there are good people here. I keep trying to say that, but like, I really hope that they mean it and that they take to task these leaders that have let this happen,
Yeah.
so that it never happens again here.
Right.
You can't shut the whole church down,
No.
but you can at least, hopefully the people who stay will be loud enough voice that they stop it from happening again. They decided to go out a different entrance. They did a little flip around. They're not going to come out here, be confronted by the protesters.
make sure my phone's not overheating. It's starting to get really hot out here. Really hot. Ugh.
Yeah, good choice. I'd go out that exit too.
Uh-huh.
I said good choice. I'd be going out that exit too if I were
That's where
them.
a lot of them are going out.
A lot of them going out that
Yeah.
exit. We should have switched up. They'd say, oh, they're gone, and then go out to that
Yeah,
exit.
go out there.
Or have one of us here, one of us there, so we catch them both. That's the thing, if we had more people protest, we need more people to come out and protest. You guys, if you're in this area, it would be nice to have some people come out and protest so that we can hit all the exits, so they can't just go around us. You know, I can't even imagine doing this for money. It is so hot out here that if you were paying me to be out here, just like I didn't care about my cause and I was just being paid, dude, I fucking wouldn't do this for money.
Right.
I seriously wouldn't. You couldn't pay me enough money to make me stand out here in this sun and heat and I get bored real easy with protesting when there's no passion behind it.
Right.
I was even getting bored just covering protests and like all these political events and stuff. I did it because I felt like people should see what was going on, you know, and stuff. But honestly, for the most part, I was just like, man, what am I doing? I'm just so bored, and you know, it's like. And then I do this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting up at 5:30 in the morning. I'm going to stand in the heat. For no money. Stop the phone if you're driving. You're not supposed to be driving and talking on your phone here. That's not safe. Oh yeah, they're all turning down there.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
all
a lot
turning
of
to
them
go.
are.
They're all turning to go out the other exit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need more people so we can hit the exits.
Yep.
Yep, definitely.
Well, yeah, 'cause you got a whole other parking lot like right over there, even that
Yeah,
people
there's
are going
some
out that
exits
exit.
over there, but yeah, you're right. But even this back parking lot, they're choosing to go out a different way. tempting to want to go over to those fountains over there, and we could stand in the water and have the water spraying on us while we hold our signs.
Oh yeah, over there where that water spray is?
Yeah, there's a waterfalls, or not waterfalls, but big
That's big sprinkler?
big sprinklers. Yeah, big spouts. Oh yeah, they're all.
Show you guys. They're going. See, if you see down there, there's a couple ways to go out. They can come down here, or they can go over there. Let's see if they choose to come out here, or see, they're turning right there, and they're going out a different direction. A lot of them are choosing to just go out that way. So if we had more people to cover the different exits, we could get, see, they're turning to try to go out that way. They don't want to come down here where the protesters are. So. Which is kind of a chicken shit way to do it.
all the signs, but it sure is good. Feels good. Yep, your turn to do. No music and shit. Come on down. There we go. This is hard. Hard to be confronted with the truth. That breeze is a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
It cools you off, but it makes it really hard to hold these signs.
Yeah, right, I know.
I'm gonna get my megaphone.
There's a lot of people that are still coming out to their cars. They want to walk around out there and go to their cars and stuff, and then turn and not come down here. So I'll make sure they hear my message. Little kids that wave to you. You gotta love that. I still love the little kids. It's not their fault at all. They're the victims in all this. Protect the children! This church covers for pedophiles! This church puts pedophiles in leadership as pastors! If the church is led by pedophiles, what hope do the children have? Protect the children! Don't be led by pedophiles and pedophile supporters! You have another pedophile pastor here! In Frisco, you have an elder that was molesting his grandchildren! Protect the children! Make church a safe place for children! Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Protect the children. There's an epidemic of pedophilia in this country. And churches like this are part of the problem. Being led by pedophiles. And in the name of forgiveness and redemption, letting pedophiles be around children. No, protect the children. Protect the children. Jesus loves the little children. All the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Reckoning and judgment is coming. If your children are molested at this church, the church will cover it up. They'll kick you out and keep the pedophile. Protect your children. Find a church that protects the children. There are churches that protect children and don't cover for pedophiles. This is not one of them. This church covers for pedophiles. Protect the children. Children need protected, not pedophiles. Protect the weak, the victims, not the rapists. Protect the children. Protect the children. Protect the kids. This church covers for pedophiles. They employ pedophiles as your spiritual leaders. Hold your church leaders accountable. Those who cover for pedophiles and the pedophiles, hold them accountable. Protect the children. Protect the kids. If you don't protect the kids, who will? Protect the children. Protect the kids from the pedophiles in this state. Protect the children. Protect the kids. I know there's another song and I can't remember it. There's Jesus Loves the Little Children, and I don't know why I'm thinking there's another song about children.
This I know. Is that the one you're talking about?
For the Bible tells me so. Little ones to Him belong. They are weak, but He is strong. How did it start again?
Jesus loves the little children.
Jesus loves the little children. Oh, no, it's the same one, dude. That's the one I just was doing. What's the other one?
Oh, Jesus loves me, this I know.
Yes, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to Him belong. They are weak, but He is strong. Yes. I'll have to think about that. Jesus loves the little children. All the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Protect the children from the pedophiles. This church covers for the pedophiles and kicks out the children victims. This church covers for the pedophiles and kicks out the children The children are the ones who are the victims, the innocent victims. Don't protect the predators, protect the victims. Children need you to stand up for them and to protect them. This church covers for pedophiles instead of... Look at her. She's sitting there going, making funny